Well, my mic was unmuted that whole time and I didn't know it. Oh, well, that makes things more interesting. That makes things more fun. Is this? No, that's not the right. Well, that explains a thing or two here. Hang on, hang on. We gotta stand by. Fritz made a mistake. What else is new? Yeah, let's head over here. Get things started. Is it? There it is. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
There it is. Thindall knows the words. How you doing there, friends? My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is March 21st, 2022. Did it get it? It knows this one. Or maybe not. Come on. I see you took the picture. No. Do that again. No, not gonna get it. Ah, no, it did. And we're gonna write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Minimal March continues. March 21st, we're doing all of our coding, all of our code authoring, collaboration at the command line. Having a lot of fun. I'm getting used to Vim. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm getting used to it and enjoying my time writing code and moving things along. It feels, dare I say, it feels good because things are getting productive. Tomorrow, right here on this channel, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, that's 1500 UTC, is Modern.NET Web Day. I've been getting things ready for tomorrow. We have 5 speakers joining me for a full day where we're going to be talking about all the cool things you can do with .NET to build web applications. We're going to talk about architecture. We're going to talk about Blazor. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about Copilot. We're even going to talk about .NET Aspire. So I have to put the schedule on the wall just below here. the schedule of our speakers. But folks like Jimmy Engstrom's going to join us. No, I'm not talking about Aspire. Layla Porter will be joining us as well. She's going to be talking about some ASP.NET architecture, modular monoliths. We're going to have Ed Charbonneau join us and show you how you can use OpenAI with Blazor to build an application. I'm going to talk for a little bit about how you can get your Blazor application to deploy out to the open web. We have Brian Randall joining us from GitHub, who's going to show us some of the cool things that you can do with Copilot. And we're going to wrap up the day with our friend Brady Gaster teaching us about .NET Aspire. He's on the Aspire team, and he's going to show us all the latest goodies with .NET Aspire. I hope you tune in tomorrow. There's a number of sponsors out there that are supporting and promoting. You should have seen messages from them across various services, emails they've been sending out promoting and talking about the event tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. They've got swag bags they're giving away. You're gonna have a chance to enter and win a raffle to win prizes from all of our sponsors, folks like Code Magazine, Progress Software, Dev Express, Meshius, ABP Framework. They're helping us out promoting and talking about tomorrow's event. Sync Fusion, they're in that list also. So I hope you join me tomorrow here. Tell your friends, tell your families, tell your neighbors, tell your pets. We've got that going on tomorrow. Layla is a very good person, absolutely. You've never met Brady Gaster? He's a fantastic speaker, awesome. And of course, we're not going to be doing this like live conference style, like you see these other people do. What is that? Hey, we're going to get in and we're going to give a presentation and that's it. No. If you wanted to watch someone give a presentation online, tune into YouTube. Watch the recording. It's over there. Who cares? It's just watch the face go by and let words happen in your ears and bleh. Who cares? No. You know how I run things. We've got 45 minutes of content and then 15 minutes of chat Q&A. We're going to bring up TagzApp. We're going to talk to you, get your questions and answers around the topic that we're talking about. Give us questions. I'll relay those over to our guest. We'll talk through exactly what you want to know more about around those various topics that we're going to be sharing. It's that type of interactive event that I present that you're going to enjoy and you're going to have a great time with. Let me say hello to the chat room right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Let me say hello to everybody over here. Failed to connect. Good morning with the first message in there. Hello, hello. eJavaCraft. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How you doing there? Let me come back to that message about the video I posted yesterday. How's it going there, Thindall? Scrolling. Haven't seen the new Ghostbusters yet. No, haven't seen it yet. My wife wants to see it this weekend. My daughter wants to see it this weekend. She went back and watched the original Ghostbuster movies from the 80s. This week, last night and the night before, so that she could get ready for going and seeing that movie this weekend. Let me get a song playing it here in the background off the playlist. You know what? I'm going to go with the EDM playlist here today because I want to be a little bit more high speed, a little bit more ready to go and buzzing through this content. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. I like to have it here in the background to kind of fill the gaps as we're talking and working on code together. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators at streambeats.com for putting this music together that we're listening to today. How you doing there, McNets? Robert Steffen, hello. Yeah, I've got my Waluigi hat on. The weird thing about minimal March is how you actually manage to get things done without the tools, right? Like, that's kind of the point. You don't need all the high-end fancy tools. The high-end fancy tools are going to make you more productive, but you don't need them. You can still be productive. You can still get things done. And there are folks that have built tools and features and things around these minimal capabilities so they can be productive. But there's always going to be more productive tools made by third parties out there that you're gonna really be able to do more with. How you doing, Chris Jones? Hello, hello. Alu the Crow, hello. Good to see you. Streams are better than videos. You love the interactivity. Yes. And I'm going to come back to that in just a second. Any dumb comments in general? Trollery too? No. Nope. Good morning, Napalm. Hello. You hear good things about Ghostbusters? I've heard of it as well. High Tech Redneck, good morning. Am I going to teach you how to hotel correctly? No, not going to go through that today. Nope. Quite frankly, I've been spending time getting ready for tomorrow's event, so I haven't had time to... I haven't been able to spend time going through and learning more about OpenTelemetry and what we can do there. So maybe not next week. Maybe, a little bit further down the line, we'll dig in a little bit further there. We've got a good start out there for for folks that may know more about the topic to come in and teach and share with us a little bit. We're not quite there. I've got a couple things that I want to get done first with TagzApp before we get back into that. So the big I want to spend today, and you see the title down here if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. We're going to focus on a little bit of bug bashing today. There's a number of bugs that are listed on the website that I want to make sure we address. We close the gap on some of these things so that we can get an initial beta alpha into folks' hands so we can start getting feedback from real streamers, from other people that want to use TagzApp. I think this is important so that we can get beyond just those of us who've been here working and watching and engaging with TagzApp for the last, we started in July, so what's that, 8 months, the last 8 months we've been building this. Let's get something in people's hands so we can start getting some feedback. So we're going to focus on that today. You're going to do experiment and try to talk to a human interface device tonight? Okay. You always get the previous stream description in the pop-up. That's weird. That is weird. So, there was a mention from JavaCraft there earlier. I posted a video yesterday. I posted a video to YouTube, and I'm going to admit I recorded it out of frustration. I recorded it out of spite. Is that a thing? Making a video out of spite? There's a lot of folks out there in the developer relations space that exactly, Thindall, that and there's even an entire company and conference dedicated to this, that think they know what's involved to manage developer communities, to engage with developers. What's the right way to talk to developers? And here's the thing. 90% of them are completely missing the entire point. Like, yeah, I do. I talk to people. Can you believe it? Like, when you talk to these people, when you look at what they do, when you look at how they engage with folks, when you look at who they work for, these folks are talking a big game, but they work for lawnchair.net. They work for a company that specializes in selling lawn furniture on the blockchain or weird stuff like that. It's like, exactly what kind of a community do you have that you have a position of authority to talk about these things? And it really frustrated me to see more and more of these folks posturing, oh yes, I'm the lead developer on Foo.js. You should see Foo.js helps you with formatting commas in your document. Like, what? Huh? Blockchain lawn chairs sounds pretty dope. I made it up on the spot. Trademark that. I want a nickel every time somebody buys a lawn chair off the blockchain. So, you don't see in these conversations people who work for any of the FANG companies. Because we don't need to posture and say, here's the right way to engage with folks. Like, we're just listening and let the chatter go by. The river of folks who are saying this is the right way to engage with your developer community is going by, and I'm just kind of watching it going, okay. And there are folks out there who say they must be right because they've got the TikTok channel with 10 million people because of how they engage with their cat or something. Like, really? So I work for a very large software company. I produce and manage very large of an online developer event that's presented every year, and quite frankly was presented opposite an even bigger in-person event that my own company managed, and I doubled my attendance this past year. I've produced the most watched online technical event of all time, the Live Coders Conference, the first one. We had more than 1 million viewers. I know what I'm talking about. So when I see these folks, they're completely missing what I call the 3 I's. I've been studying, talking, and engaging with some of you folks for a long time, and there are even folks at work who have kind of blown me off on this concept, and I said, okay, that's fine. You can go keep doing what you do. The 3 I's. And when I explain what the 3 I's are about developer engagement, you're going to go, holy crow. Yeah. Immersion. You're a part of this. When you're watching and engaging and you see an event that I produce, when you read some of my content, when you interact with my tutorials, you're immersed. You're a part of this. You're able to get in and feel like you can do so much with it, right? It's something that you're participating in. Interactivity. You can interact with all of it. You can send messages here in chat. You can do channel point redemptions. There's commands you can interact with. That's just the start of what we can do that you can interact with. All of the notebooks that I've made available for you to download, try out, and tinker with live on streams that we use on C# in the cards, and the tutorials and content that we have available for you that we work on together live on stream. That's pretty interactive. There's more we're going to do with that. And the final one is inclusivity. Everybody is welcome. I do not raise my voice at anybody in here, even the folks who are trolling me. Findall. And having a good time together. You're all welcome. And quite frankly, if any of these folks, and I'm seeing Findall there a couple times, but any of these folks, if we were at an in-person event and we had a meetup together, absolutely, I would be the first one to purchase you a choice beverage, sit down and have a good time chatting with. You're all welcome. Might be an adult beverage, might not be an adult beverage. That's okay. You can have what you choose. My point being, no, video did not freeze. We're good. We're no drop frames. So I talk about these 3 I's, and the more that you can work on delivering these 3 I's in content, not just for other developers, but for other folks that want to read, engage, watch your videos, read your blog posts. The more that you push on those 3 I's, it unlocks the 4th I. Folks are inspired. And that's what we want. I want you to feel inspired. I want you to feel like, holy crow, I can do this. Holy crow, yeah, that's really cool. I want to do more of that. Hey, Fritz is talking. Let's go see what's going on. Because I want to be inspired. Respect comes with the inclusivity. It is important. It comes with the inclusivity. So, and the immersion. You belong. You're participating. So I talk about these three eyes. And there are folks out there who see the DevRel space, the influencer space. I guess I'm an influencer, as a space where they can go and do the lifestyles of the rich and famous, and post, hey, check out the car that I bought because of the job that I have. Really? Hey, check out the flight that I have where I get to fly 20 hours into wherever, into Tokyo, and I have all this lap of luxury stuff. Really? Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything except for make you a braggart. Get the work done. Deliver the content. Respect. Make sure folks feel included. And when you are a braggart and you do push and declare these things, it does nothing to help other people. It makes you sound like a selfish jerk. Is that what you want to be? Because you are. Look at me, I got to ride in a Porsche in my flight changeover in Los Angeles because I'm flying from Portland to San Francisco, and I had to from Portland to Los Angeles, and I had to change over in San Francisco. I got to ride in a Porsche from gate 5 to gate 10 because I don't walk with the regular people in the terminal. Come on now. So those are the three eyes, and what I hope you've seen over the last 8 months as we've been working on TagzApp, we're trying to bring those three eyes to people. The interactivity is a key part there. The inclusivity happens because we automatically, right? The inclusivity we've baked into it is that we automatically moderate things now. And we're going to continue to iterate and add features. And you get to be a part of that. You get to be a part of helping deliver some of those features. That's a really cool thing. So, that's why I recorded that video yesterday. And quite frankly, it's probably topped out. Nobody else is really. It's got 120 views at this point. Excuse me, and that's probably right about where it's going to stop. Yeah, it's got 128 views, and that'll probably be about it. And that's okay. Look, I don't record and produce videos to get, I want to have hundreds of thousands of views. I want to record things that make me feel like I've accomplished something. I want to record things that are content that I would be proud of. I want to record and deliver tutorials, blog posts. I want to make sure that folks at some point in the future, maybe not immediately, find that content valuable. Yep. Immersion, interactivity, and inclusion leads to inspiration. Helping one person is worth more than boring 5,000. Totally agree, Lanky Scottish Nerd. That's a great quote. I like that. I like that a lot because when I hear, right, when somebody here, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, when somebody shares with us, oh my gosh, I got promoted. I got a new job. I got my first job as a software developer. That means more to me than 100,000 views on YouTube. That means more to me than 10,000 subscribers on Twitch. Your victories, your accomplishments, that's what I'm here for. And me producing content that I'm proud of, that I feel good about, that I think will make a difference for someone, is what I'm trying to do. And if I get a lot of views on it, great. If I don't, oh well. But I can't worry myself about that. I can do what I think is right. Thank you, Reg9K. Appreciate that. It puts a spring in your step to hear that you've influenced someone positively. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? And I don't even look at it as I've influenced someone positively. I've helped them in some way. I don't want to use the word influence. Help. I just want to help. That's all. Hey there, Big Pod. Good to see you over there on YouTube. Hello, hello. So that was the frustration and the spite at which I recorded that. And I think I'll probably have some follow-up videos to that over the next few weeks where I talk about each one of the specific I's in that list. And make that into something that goes a little bit further. Hey there, Create Code Digital Design. Greetings to you in Portugal. You saw the video about the 3 I's, liked it a lot. You agree with that thinking? Thank you. I appreciate that right here. Create Code Digital Design. Thank you very much. Like I was saying, I kind of recorded it out of spite, and it's something that I've been iterating on and thinking about and building designs around. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for right now. Juan Van wanted to ask a WPF question about a tab control. I want to do multiple tabs. Each one is a separate tree view item that are controlled with hierarchical data templates. You want to split them into different view models, so not to load up one class or user control. Can I split them into different user controls? Tab control, multiple tabs. Each has a separate tree view item. The contents of each of the tabs you could do as separate user controls. Yes. I've done something similar in Windows Forms and in web forms going back in the day. You should be able to do that well, because when you think about it, you can't have more than one tab visible on screen at a time. So it's very doable. It's been forever since I've done it, and I haven't done it specifically with WPF, but as an architecture for a desktop application, absolutely you should be able to do that. eJavaCraft asks, how's the C# in the card series doing compared to the C# series? Oh, it's doing awful compared to them. Oh, it's doing awful. The most views on any one video in the C# in the card series, I think, is like 300. And the Fowler and Hanselman videos, each one is well averaged over 5,000-6,000 views apiece. And that's not why I created it, to compete with them. It's to bring a different perspective. So, and I had a request because folks like the way that I presented that content compared to theirs. So, need a WPF Q&A on Discord? Sure. It's not my expertise, but sure. We can do that. I want to make sure that folks know it's not my expertise, but I'm happy to research and try out questions that folks might have in there. Yeah. I mean, here I'll add the. This will be a forum, and I'll just call it WPF. It's not a private channel. Create it, and I'll move that there. So. Default reaction. I always use the thumbs up on the Discord. Yeah. So, okay. So now there's a WPF forum on the Discord. So, just curious. Respect that it wasn't to compete. Yeah, it's not to. I'm not trying to compete with them. It's just to provide another avenue. So along those lines, I'll share with you. I was approached by a publisher Tuesday. I was approached by a publisher to write an ASP.NET book. My first ASP.NET book I wrote 10 years ago, and it did terrible. I didn't get any promotion behind it, any marketing budget behind it. I wrote it. They published it and threw it onto Amazon. And quite frankly, the same day that they started shipping out copies, the next version of ASP.NET was released. It was difficult writing that book. I'm definitely considering. I'm definitely considering now that I've got 10 years of writing under my belt, working on it. I'm definitely considering going back, but it would be a significant chore over the summer. So, does Teams voice call count as a phone call these days? Yeah, I think so. And quite frankly, I prefer Skype. I'm one of those people. I prefer Skype for communications these days. Why? Because it's free. I can bring a bunch of folks into the call. Everybody can get their hands on it on every platform. And I know it's isolated and protected. Like consumer version Skype. Like everybody can use it. Everybody can chat on it. Everybody can make phone calls with it. Like, why do you need Zoom when you can have multiple folks join a Skype meeting? Like, why are you paying hundreds of dollars a month for Zoom when you already have that with Skype and it's free? So, well, there is that. Because it is free, there is a little bit of a community's the wrong word, but there are some issues with that. So, excuse me. Yeah, I have no idea what that was that just popped, but hey, whatever. It was something on Discord, and I don't know what. There we go. So, streamers used to hate Skype back in the day. I love Skype. Love it. What's wrong with Skype? Find me a problem with it. So, hey, bald-bearded builder. Hello, hello. Good to see you. So, yeah. Right? I mean, look. Doesn't Skype what? That wasn't Skype that popped. So, no. So, it was Discord that triggered a sound effect, and I still don't see what I know what I see the notification there. Yeah. It was somebody with a go live notification for their stream. Scrolling. Skype still is great for bringing in guests. StreamYard is a heck of a lot easier, and we're going to be using StreamYard tomorrow for the modern.net web day. So make sure you check that. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, check the schedule just below in the About section, and you'll see the scheduled event for tomorrow. Click the save the date on that so that you get a notification, so you get reminded about it tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, 1500 UTC. If you're watching on YouTube, click back into the channel. Don't lose watching here. And you'll see there's a scheduled stream for tomorrow where we're going to talk about for the modern.net web day that we're going to be hosting here live. Is Office 365 desktop written in C#? No. It's written in C++. And it's been written and managed like that for a very long time. And they just keep updating it because they've got sophisticated teams to build those types of things. So, wasn't there a big scandal with Skype? I Don't know. Was there? Innocent until proven. Since your time zone array is terrible, could you state that date time offset from now? It starts in about another hour and 15 minutes tomorrow. So, to do multi-people stream, use Video Ninja and OBS. I've tried that, and Video Ninja has not been reliable for me. Neither has Twitch Guest Star. Twitch Guest Star was awful when we tried to bring in Carl Franklin. Just awful. Terrible experience. Did not load well. There's just too much going on in the browser and with their tool. Versus StreamYard works just fine and is concrete, very stable. It was about you calling Chris Jones bad things during Live Coders. No. Time to rewrite SQL Server Management Studio all in C#. So SQL Server Management Studio is built on top of Visual Studio. Visual Studio is written in C#. So, the user interface for SQL Server Management Studio is WPF. The text editors in Visual Studio and the Visual Studio derivatives, like SQL Server Management Studio, are it's WPF. So, never tried Guest Star, but like, yeah, StreamYard just works. It does. So, you'd love to see SQL Server Management Studio built in the new Edge Web View 2. It's called Azure Data Studio. Download and check out Azure Data Studio. So, I don't know why it doesn't pick it up quite as well.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
81%. The modern Visual Studio IDE, there's a lot of history there, and as we saw with the release for Visual Studio 2022, moving it forward, just the move from 32-bit to 64-bit Visual Studio was a massive undertaking that took literally a year of planning, because everybody who built an extension, because the extensions were all built and hard-coded at 32-bit, everybody had to migrate those so that they supported the 64-bit APIs. It was not trivial. So other migrations, updates, changes mean you're moving an entire ecosystem. Consider what Microsoft went through just to move Visual Studio from 32-bit to 64-bit, and contrast that with what other companies do when they make significant API changes and enhancements, even hardware enhancements to their tools, technologies, and products, right? Biggest one I look at is how when Apple changes processor architecture, they don't really tell anybody until 3 months before the next hardware is coming out. Oh, by the way, we're no longer on Intel-based processors. We've got our own processor, and we're going to be releasing new hardware in 3 months. So if you want your software to run on the new Mac, you better rewrite it and get it approved by us and get it delivered in 3 months. What? So, stuff like that. Time for SSIS pipelines to return to VB.NET. If you get a sound effect yelling no at every time you compile a project using MFC, that's doable. Pretty sure Visual Studio 2022 is built-in Cold Fusion? No. Yeah, the Intel emulation layer was extremely slow. Extremely. Yeah, the Rosetta is what Thindall is talking about there. That was the stopgap, and everybody looked at it and said, this is unacceptable because it makes my application look like trash. Great, you can still run Photoshop. if you don't mind cursors slowly dancing across the screen as you try and move and interact. No. Your filters and things take seconds to run and render, where before they were instantaneous. So Microsoft uses a lot of .NET internally? Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. They shouldn't have stopped Intel until they gave devs some time to get to ARM. Yes. Give folks an ARM emulator. Give folks the ability to compile and run stuff in what would be the eventual ARM interactions. So, just used by graphical people, who cares? That's most of the folks that are on Macs. Does Microsoft have any Java stuff? Yeah. You might have heard of a little thing called Minecraft. So, there's that. We have our own Java runtime. We've got that too. So, you dev on a Mac and love it. Cool. Very cool. So I wanted to do a bit of bug bashing today. And go through and there are 15 bugs listed out there. We're gonna dive in and have a good time with that today. So, Big Pod on YouTube says, I really hate how application developers jumped onto ARM, but they can't be convinced to do Linux. I know why, but I still hate it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, if you're going to build something that's cross-platform, go. Yeah, bug bashing. No, bug bashing, not bug fashion. Bug fashion are the little Volkswagen cars that folks drive. Didn't J Sharp end up in a medium to massive size lawsuit? J Sharp is what led to C Sharp. IT ruined Windows with heavy-handed policies and scans? Yes. Napalm? This is exactly why I have this machine that I'm working on right now. And the machine that we're going to see me working on, the Linux laptop from our friends at K-Focus. Because, quite frankly, Microsoft IT put so many restrictions on the machine that they sent me that I can't produce video. Like, literally, I can't run some of the tools that I need. I can't write code without getting permissions and things like, and maintaining those and going through. No. And because of all the loops and things, because it's a highly secure thing. It was literally easier and made me more productive to just get another machine. So I don't think I'm speaking out of line. I think I can share this. For folks who work on highly secured and regulated projects for Microsoft, they have a over-the-top secured workstation that they send out. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but it is highly controlled, highly regulated, and not something that's easy to be very productive on. So your org does that to your laptops also. Unfortunately, we don't have an option to use your own hardware. Yeah. Right? Like, I get it. Security is important, but we need to get the job done. When shops say use a virtual machine or Azure DevBox, that's not good enough or fast enough. So you can push more hardware into an Azure DevBox. You can do that. And then it's regulated and controlled and isolated out in the cloud. That's all very doable. I think as developers, we all like to have our hardware right in front of us. Got fixed for Wi-Fi in your machine so it doesn't remain disabled if you previously to sleep mode you were with. Oh my gosh. ARM is not bad for IoT devices. Totally agree. I see the power and the capabilities that Apple claims folks have in their Mac desktops. If they're so powerful with a new ARM chip that's supposed to be less expensive to make, why are those machines 2 to 5 times more expensive than a processor of similar size and other commodity hardware that's Intel or AMD based? Then it becomes cost benefit. Yep. It's dumb terminal mode again. Yes. The 70s are back. It took 50 years. Ta-da. It is the Apple tax. Yep. No, it's you're paying for the logo. You're paying for the logo at that point. And do you care what logo's on my machine? No. No. Changes Microsoft made with Defender 365 and Dev Drive should make this better going forward. Yes. And Apple still sells 8 and 16 gig of memory. I have a laptop with 64 gigs sitting here. And it costs less than an equivalently spec'd Mac Pro laptop. The only way Apple ARM really wins is if you compare perf per watt. Now, that's a great way to describe it, Big Pod. You're right. Yep. Only 16 gig on your work PC. Right. I have 64 gig on both of my personal machines here. The machines issued by work, I have 8 gig. Right? 8? I haven't even looked at this machine in how long? I don't know what it has. Like, it's been a long time. Not that I... Oh, no, this one is 32. Gosh, and I've had this for almost 8 years now? 9 years? So this has 32. The laptop they sent me has... No, it might be 16. Whatever. You eat 64 gig regularly? Nice. The storage and RAM upgrades are extremely expensive. Have a good one, McNets. Let's head over and start talking about... There's a couple of things that we've been working on around TagzApp that are kind of frozen, that I've parked for a little bit. We started working on a public-facing website. I've got that parked for right now. Come back to that in a little bit, and mostly parked because I've been focused the last few days on stuff for tomorrow's event, Modern.net Web Day. I've got stuff around being able to queue messages. I've got that parked because I want to get... I started getting into it and realizing, let's park this for right now and get the product in, get the application into more developers' hands so you can write software to enhance it. And get it into streamers' hands so they can start using it. Dell laptop with a 12th Gen i7 U processor with 32 gig of RAM. I bet that was a fight. That sounds like a decent machine there. You love being able to run Docker in the background, Rider, Outlook, and more with no stutters. But see, Docker, Rider, and Outlook, that should be like table stakes. Like, Big Pod's laptop has 16 gig of RAM. I do not run lots of virtual machines on it, but my desktop has 64 gig, and I tend to remote into it basically daily if you're on your laptop. Makes sense. Is there a way to pull GPUs and their memory to run bigger AI jobs? Yeah. Like, yeah, that's where they run. When you do AI work, they go and load up those CUDA cores and do that. Yes. Hey, Dr. Cox, we're going to head over there right now and start talking about the issues over here that we're going to go into. They want to try and remove Google Chrome from the IT estate. Okay, whatever. Your laptop tends to be a smart terminal, Big Pod. I get that. That kind of makes sense. I previously set up the TagzApp domain name, so if you go to TagzApp.net, it will route you right to the source code for right now until we have a website up and running that's a landing page that talks more specifically about this. So if you want to help with some of the content that's here on the README, reach out, send over a pull request. Happy to take those considerations to put stuff over here. Your work removed all access to Google Chrome. Why? What was their reasoning? Because, right, the browser rendering engine in Google Chrome is the same as what's in Edge. So, why? Because they can't control updates? That's compelling, Reg. That's interesting. Because they can't control updates. We want things to be less secure in our users' browsers. We don't want folks to get the updates when the folks say they should be issued. Come on now. Not a fan of Google Chrome either. Okay. Your GP defaults your browser to IE. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So we've gone through and we've worked on a bunch of things here for TagzApp. Right? Let's get zoomed in here. I'm gonna go over to my dev TagzApp folder. I'm gonna jump over to my main branch. Right? Do I have everything in here? No. Cool. Let's open Tmux. There we go. And we'll start taking a look at issues over here, bugs that we've logged, and trying to resolve some of these, because there's more than a few here we want to address. This, I think, is taken care of. And we had an issue where, when running in watch mode, when you stop it and restart, it says, oh, there's still DLLs. I think this is gone since we migrated to Blazor, but I don't want to close this because I don't have proof that it's gone yet. When moderation approval confirmation dialog is open, pause is turned off. That's easy to go with. Startup wizard for in-memory config, yeah. Animated emotes from Twitch. Let me come back to that one. Image upload for modal configuration, yeah, we can take a shot at that. So let's go after these first three issues that have been out here for a little bit. IT departments should move to Linux more specifically for developers. Why, Big Pod? Why? I hear people say that, and I'm looking for a little bit of the justification behind that. Why? Because once you have developers on Linux, quite frankly, you can't build for Mac. You're completely cut off from being able to build for Apple devices. Right? That's a requirement from Apple. You're cut off from building for Windows devices because there's no emulator or anything that will get you the ability to publish things for Windows over there. You don't have access to the Windows SDK. So unless you're building websites or services, you're kind of, or things for Android, you're kind of isolated. On the flip side, though, if you're building on Windows, there are tools, technologies, and emulators, and bridges that are available, including WSL, that will allow you to build and target Mac and Linux. And I'm not talking about just .NET. So the developer experience from Windows, folks don't realize how good they have it. They used IE9 till about 2020, and not just used, but forced staff to use IE9. Oh my gosh. That's awful. Your personal PC files end is just as great on your M2. Personal PC flies. None of the IT corrupt bogging it down. You think Windows just suffers from the ability to ratchet down all those things, and IT heavy hands? Yes, they do. WSL is acting up daily, hence rendering Docker useless. Oh, that's terrible. Linux is used on just 4% of all computers. Yes. Yep. So, like, it's great for servers. Great for Docker containers. It's a question of where are your customers working that you need to build software for. Like, so you kind of need to be close to them. So it is a hassle. You're right, digital dummy. IE6 will always be bald-bearded builders IE. Got to get one of those GIFs that looks like a button that read best viewed on Internet Explorer. I fell into that trap a little bit with the dot-com boom back in 2000, where I was working for a company and we built, and the executive said, well, everybody has, all of our customers run Internet Explorer, so target IE6. That's the latest version. And then IE7 came out, and we're like, we should support that version. No, nobody has it yet. Oh, okay. Well, 6 months later, hey, we should support IE7. Okay. So we made changes that made sure that IE7 had a great experience, taking advantage of some of the new features that were in there. And then IE7 kind of froze in place, and folks started using this Google Chrome thing that was coming out. And then we had to fight the cross-platform, cross-browser issues, and we get caught in the browser wars. So, for full-stack developer using Adobe apps, Linux is a no-go. Agreed. There are alternatives, but if you are an Adobe person, Linux is a no-go. I would call them personal. I would say workstation computers is where I would think folks are saying that 4%. Oh gosh, ActiveX plugins, yes. The Chrome Firefox IE fight was awful. Hey, Jean Valjean, Coder 24601. Hello, hello. If you were to just refer to computers, the number of places that Linux is that you don't really know, and quite frankly, you don't really care, is astounding. It's in your thermostats. It's running on your NAS devices. It's running on your networking hardware. It's running on your smart home communication devices. It's running in your doorbell. It's running in all these places because it could be stripped down and installed and engaged in those various technologies. I mean, Android phones are Linux. Android is a offshoot of Linux. Opera and Safari weren't a thing back in that day, Chris Jones. ActiveX, Silverlight, and Flash Action Script. So, right, I go back to the Silverlight complaints that folks have. Gosh, Microsoft killed Silverlight. No, we didn't. Steve Jobs did. You don't hear people complain about Flash getting killed, even though Flash had almost twice as much market share as Silverlight. You don't hear people complain about Flash being killed. But you mentioned Silverlight. You say that word, and people come out of the woodwork. See that? Microsoft hates developers because they killed Silverlight. It wasn't Microsoft that did that. Hey, Steve, the biggest browser complaint you have is whenever we want to implement new technologies, we're always blocked by Safari. Safari is the new IE7. Safari literally refuses to implement web standards. Linux was on 6.3% of computers last month if you count Chrome OS. I look at Chrome OS as disposable computers, and that doesn't make me happy. Firefox, IE, Chrome, Netscape, yep. iPhones weren't around at the time. iPhones didn't come in until after Netscape had gone away and Firefox was in. And at that point, Opera was coming online. Safari was becoming a thing because of Conqueror and what was the name of the KDE rendering? So DLL, yeah, DLL hell was terrible. Yup. Hasn't macOS always had Safari? Nope. No. Flash dev friends whine all the time? Okay. You complained about Flash being destroyed by Apple. There you go. You picked up Chromebooks for daughters and the wife a couple years later. I have regrets. I need to get this rebuilt and rebooted, but this is a Chromebook. It's a tablet. It has a snap-on keyboard. And I want to use this for doing some .NET development this month. We'll get there. We'll get there. I've been distracted and getting ready for tomorrow's event. It's coming. We'll do some development with that, some .NET development. You've used Surfaces since Service 2. I've loved every single one of them. Yeah, the Surface devices have been nice. The Surface Book, I haven't been happy with the quality of. Chromebooks are laptops for children. Miles, there are folks in IT departments that I know that would vehemently disagree with you. Because they love their higher-end Chromebook that they can use to just connect to servers, network switches, websites, and do work. They can open a terminal, and they can jump on their favorite servers and whatnot, and cloud consoles in the browser and work. Because they don't need all the moving pieces on that local machine. So I've had a Surface Book. I have a Surface Laptop 4 right now. It's all right. Never owned a single Chromebook, but you think the idea is right. I like the idea of accessible hardware. I do. I'm the mentality is still there that, well, I need to sell the next device. So they're kind of disposable. Yeah, there's a Surface announcement later today. Yep. Never got my hands on a Surface Studio 2. No, I've never had a chance to try one. A number of my colleagues have been issued Surface Studio 2s. Yeah. Never got my hands on one. Surface Go 2, I think, is a fantastic little device. The whole AB root and utilizing Linux kernel is a good idea. Yeah, I agree. It's the Chromebook being able to boot up and jump into Linux and do work over there for folks who are in IT, work 90% of the time is really, really good. And then you can RDP into Windows servers if you need to. It's great. It is a nice bit of accessible hardware. You'd love to see someone like the Raspberry Pi Foundation attack that problem in laptop form. Totally agree. We've got devices like this, right? We're not writing code, what am I? Right? That has all the connections you need, and it's got a little ARM device, a little ARM processor in there. We sent 50 of these to St. Jude. I'm going to be seeing them next month. So, really nice little device. I want to make sure we do some coding on this next week. So, I'm going to get on the Chromebook, we're going to get on the Raspberry Pi, and we're going to do some .NET development next week. because it's minimal March, and I'm going to show you that you can get into these other places. Is there a Raspberry Pi laptop coming? That'd be very cool to see. So, let me get back over. Let's clean up and do some of this bug fixing here. Windows 10 IoT Core ran on a Pi 3B. You can still do that. I mean, IoT is not as much of a thing for Microsoft as it was. You can hack one together with a portable display. Yep. What Surface laptop is good for .NET web mobile development? All of them. All of them. The Surface Laptop Studio is the best for it right now when you talk about Surface devices. But take a look at you'll see. I'm not involved with the Surface team, so I have no idea what they're announcing today. But when you talk about mobile development, you're going to want one of the higher end devices so they can do the Android emulator appropriately for you. Your Surface Book 2 was great. Was sad to see that they discontinued the form factor. My Surface Book 2 kind of died a painful, quiet death. While the moderation approval confirmation is open, pause is turned off. We're going to get in and do this. A low-cost laptop for developing countries? Sure. And being able to run the Android apps on Chrome OS, I think, is something that makes more software more accessible to those folks. Right? Like the dirty secret of Android is Linux. Means that more folks have Linux devices than they know. So let's I'm going to dive in and take a look at some of these issues here. So I'm going to open another terminal here. Drop into the source folder, go back one. Let's go source, TagzApp, Blazor. And let's just .NET watch and let this thing run. I do like the idea of lower cost devices for developing countries. I think there's other things that they might need access to first. Electricity, clean water. Let's get some of those things done. I don't have Docker running in the background here yet. Yeah, there's all the Prometheus stuff as well. But I'm just going to start PG tags. Run that again and we'll dive in here. You wish it was easier to turn old Android phones into Linux devices? See, that would be cool. They don't have things like debit cards. They just use the phone instead. Yeah. Right? That should have opened. So this is something that's happened since we put the open telemetry bits in here. When you're running .NET Watch, it doesn't open the browser anymore. So that might be a thing that we need to go through and diagnose. Hang on. Where's the theme for this? No. Well, that didn't do anything. Put that back. No. Whatever. Let's open Chrome and see if it'll pop in. Just jump right. Wow, look at that. That's really nice. I don't care. I don't think that's the right one. Is it 5144? No. localhost. Yeah, 5125. There we go. Sure. Maybe change default from OTLP when not running it in console. I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely something in there. In setting your exporters. Set the value to console. Let's see. That's going to be in TagzApp. Blazor. Let's see what we got. Add open telemetry logging. Where's it picking up the exporters? Yes. App settings JSON. Instead of these being OTLP, set them to console. And there we go. Restart that, John. Any suggestions on best practices for creating unit and integration tests for a .NET Web API? We're working on a new project. I want to keep things clean from the beginning. Unit test your dependencies. Use Playwright to interact with your APIs. So, all right, now we're getting the telemetry being output here. Is there a way that we should turn this off when we're in debug mode? Because we can't see any of our messages at all. Well, you wouldn't have seen the slow browser thing because I didn't, right? I did .NET Watch. And I told it to just restart. No. Next week's Blazor class is about authentication and authorization on Wednesdays.
F1CHK
Fick up.
just resubscribed for 5 months.
No, still connecting to the browser. Yeah, the telemetry's just flying by. A config flag to enable telemetry. Yeah. That might not be too bad. Because it really has taken over a bit of the configuration here. Yeah, there is a ton of telemetry. So, right, if we just have enable telemetry. Do something like that. Jump back over here. If builder configuration enable telemetry. Easy for me to spell. Nope, wrong way. There we go. If bool builder configuration enable telemetry. Is there anywhere else? Nope. Let's see what we get. You would add a check in the add open telemetry. I think that isn't. Yeah. Oh, wait. You have in add open telemetry. Where is that? Open telemetry extensions. Here. If hang on. What is this complaining about first? What did I do wrong in here? I need to do a bool parse on that. Whatever. Enable telemetry. It should be a, if not, return services. Jump back into program. I don't need that now. Add open telemetry logging. What have I done? No. Okay. This one I can just return. If not, bool dot parse configuration enable telemetry return. Get rid of these. Okay, let's see. Building. No, what did we error out on here? Value cannot be null. Open telemetry extensions, line 64. I spelled it wrong. Yeah, that's right. So if you don't specifically disable it, I'm going to turn it on. Which flavor of Vim am I? I'm using just Vim. Now, what did we error out on? String and bool. Fine. What do we got? Come on, build up here. Let's go. There it is. All right. So, hey Genga, it's something that I do this time of year in March. It's part of this minimal March theme month that I do to kind of show off that you can do .NET development in Vim and be quite productive. I'm using OmniSharp, so. And you can find my Vim configuration in my .dot file. So if you're watching on Twitch, just below the video, there's a panel with my Git repositories. You can find a jump-off point there to my .dot files. Okay. So we got that working again. All right. Yeah, I was looking away. It's not gonna. Let's see here. So the actual issue that we're trying to address. Let me commit what I did there, though. Added config flag. Ooh, hang on. Enable hotel. Right. Added config flag to enable open telemetry. And we'll pull request. Oh. Pull request that John in. Da, da, da. Because when we do get to putting this into a Blazor hybrid application, we don't want these turned on because the typical average person won't have open telemetry collections on their desktop. Here we go. Caching dependencies, getting the packages, blah, 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 blah. Come on, let's go. I want this to build. Hour and a half in, and we have our first pull request. Like, okay, sure. Doing all the building, and we sure could use another null ability pass here. Look at all these null warnings. Dear Lord. What kind of a... There we go. Build successful. Ta-da! Merge that. Yes, please. All right. One last thing. Git branch, delete, fix, enable OTel. Git pull upstream main. Git push. Good. And we are going to fix. That's not the right tab. Well, let's verify that we actually hit this. So when the moderation approval confirmation dialog is open, pause is turned off. This is back from October. So if there's something that's rejected, right, we pause and we try and pause is not turned off. We're still in a paused state, right? Can I get some more messages from chat there, and can we verify that they get queued up behind the pause here? Can you help me out there, chat room? So, messages up there. The pause button is not updating. Not only the pause button isn't updating at all with that information. If I cancel, there we go. Now, none of those messages actually came through. Or are we just kind of slow here?
Oh my.
So it feels like we might be in another state here, in another configuration issue, where the confirmation dialog was up and no SignalR information got into the collection here at all. In a web API, if you implement a system for query logging and auditing, the data should be stored in the same database or adjacent. Depends on your security requirements. I would tend to put them in some sort of logging database somewhere else. You could probably, in a lax security configuration, write them in the same database. You may even want to just write them to a log file somewhere. Depends on your security constraints and requirements. So I think what we're seeing is that when the confirmation dialog box is up, right? So we're in pause state, confirmation dialog box is up. I'm kind of frozen entirely here, right? Like it's not even receiving. It's like uber frozen now. Like no messages are coming through and getting queued up. Right, and when I release that, I'm going to close it for right now as fixed with the migration to Blazor and the JavaScript confirmation dialog. In-memory config at the startup wizard. That's going to be a little bit more involved. Not that I'm saying we shouldn't do it, but I'm going to hammer through a couple of these. I would love a custom confirm dialog, dgen 1. I would love that. I implemented the JavaScript one just because it would be quick and easy to do. And I need it. I just wanted to be done with the Blazor migration. But a custom confirm dialog, yeah, that'd be fun to build. Need a custom confirmation dialog for moderation. Nah, let's just... it would be nice to have a custom formatted dialog for use in these places. And this is a nice to have. Moderation UI when approving a previously rejected message. That's an enhancement. Sure, help wanted on that. Folks can help out with that if they like. I don't know if there's other places, but I'll just start this discussion and this entry here. Is there a reconnect issue here? Yeah. There's no. Need a custom Blazor error UI. We shouldn't use the default Blazor error UI and should have something that fits the design for TagzApp. Additionally, this UI should log errors to... It should log errors. Just say that. That's another enhancement. That's something that I think will go a long way to making it feel polished. Blazor error handling is something you always struggle with. Same Dr. Cox. And I think working on this issue is going to help us learn a bit more about how to do that better. And create something that I explained on yesterday's stream. Creating issues, creating tasks, and looking at building features that explore capabilities of the framework is something that I find very compelling as part of this series of live streams that we're doing together. So let's take a look at this. Image upload from the modal configuration doesn't persist. This feels weird. This feels like there's an error that's happening here that we're not capturing, working with. Yeah. So let's and I know we have this issue. Right? Now, I should have gotten See, those extra messages there never got picked up. And Stream Elements is blocked. Why isn't their user blocked? Why aren't they... Oh no, I don't have them blocked on this machine. You. Why am I doing it over here? Let's do it with the actual dialogue. Yes. I feel like this could be cleaned up a little bit here too. So there's Stream Elements blocked, and if I go over to moderation, I'll reject that. Hey, Sultan Burnham! Hello, how are you, friend? How's things? You're always welcome to drop in and say hello. So, and I think some of the things we're doing today are going to play well for tomorrow's modern.net web day. Trying to finish up a blog post. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Like, focus is hard. Getting focused and working through things is hard. So, wow, lots of posts about modern.net web day tomorrow. Look at them all. Woo! On the Twitter. We like the Twitter. You know the Twitter. Of course you know the Twitter. So, yeah, just what I thought. The viewership of that video from yesterday is just gone. It's just gone. Nobody's watching that. So, like, yeah. And I did rant for a bit at the beginning of the stream about that. So, I'll tweet it later. Yeah. So, but focusing on the 3 I's of communicating and delivering educational material is something that a lot of folks in our space missed. So, yeah. Okay. Have a good one. So, I mean, right? That stuff all popped up well, but it's this reconnect. I think we're going to need to look at that. Hey, Tool. Hello. I didn't see you pop in there. Hello, hello. But yeah, where messages coming through nicely. I think there's also a need at some point to be able to format these as just a running list vertically on screen. I think that's coming at some point, especially for moderation. It's just tricky sometimes to try and read through this. So we were talking about under system admin, modal customization, right? We were talking about the background images. Is that background image in this folder? No. We're going to grab the background image to play with real quick. Something simple. A notebook. I don't care. No. Animated. Cartoon style. Sure, let's grab something like this. Yeah. Save image as. And, yep, write it in there. And I'm going to call this test notebook JPEG. There it is. So that actually came up really fast, right? Get rid of that text. Save. It says changes saved. Step away, come back. Yeah. Did something with it, but it's not here. Where'd it go? Yeah. Let's see if there's any errors on the console. Because we should see the insert. I don't even see it inserting. It's like it didn't post. Let's go back. I'm going to close the other and let me open the console here. Look at that, 18. That's fine. WebSocket connection failed. I'm okay with that too. I'm okay with that too. Let's just stay on the console. I don't care about that HTML junk. Right, so there's our little notebook doodad, right? Center, sure, okay, right, and we can kind of change. Ooh, no. And save changes. Says changes saved. Hang on. No. That didn't actually send anything to the server. It's not there. I'll refresh the page. It's not there. It didn't actually push to the server. Right? So when I chose the file, right, I got data image JPEG and I got the base 64 encoding for it. And when I click Save Changes, it's not actually doing an insert, update, or delete. No, that's inserting content. It didn't actually save. This is running in Postgres, so let's open Azure Data Studio. So, free tool you can use to interact with your databases. I'm using it with Postgres. So tables, system configuration. Yeah, select all that. Modal configuration. It's right there. There's the background image. There's an available update. Later. So it sure looks like it put it in there. So what happens if I... Huh? Why aren't you... Yeah, there it was. Really? I can't... I can only go one way? Alright, whatever. So it looks like it didn't actually, like, refresh. Like, if I force this to reload, will it show... are we just in a state where it didn't update... It didn't reload the configuration that it has in memory? So let's take a look. Because it sure looks like it has something on disk. No. Right, so back in the system admin modal. It thinks there's one. Right? Let's go see if it's on the waterfall. Sure. So it is there, but it's not being repainted on this. Let's take a look at how this user interface is built. This is admin modal customization. So components, admin, pages, modal customization. So save changes. So config is... Yeah, config is the modal configuration. There's save changes. Right, config background image, it sets the background image, it sets the MIME type. And then it calls save configuration here. When it calls save configuration, right there, get CSS with background image. Remember building this. I think it's in common. Well, that's clearly not it. TagzApp common. No. There it is, modal configuration. Get CSS with background image. So the background image it's passing in is underscore background image, which by default is null here. Okay, it says it hot reloaded. I do not. There it is. There it is. There's the image that was chosen. So I bet it's. I bet it's. Yeah. So if I delete it, save changes. It says changes saved. Click away. Refresh. It has the setting. Okay. Choose the file. I'll choose that. Save changes. It says changes saved. If I refresh, it's still there. Configuration change, so I reboot, restart the page, and I've got it. Okay. Turns out that was a heck of a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. So, call this fix modal image. Sure. Fixed the display of the image on the modal config. Cool. Push that up. Another bug crushed. This is 385. Fixes 385. And I'll... Come on. Good, it has no conflicts. Go ahead and build that. Wait a sec. Why are you telling me there's one there? Oh, that's okay. So let's go jump back over to main. I'm going to delete that branch. Yup. Here it comes. So it did apply for the waterfall. You were right, DGen1. So we've got that addressed, and it shows up in those places. And I'm okay with having to do a refresh, because these types of admin config things, you kind of expect that you need to update, push an update in the other pages. So yeah, that's not terrible. Okay, good. Nothing's changed on my schedule, so I don't have... We're good. Come on, finish restoring those dependencies. Let's go. We want to build the thing. Move on to our next bug. So, good. Good. Take a look. Man, that restart. What the heck is it doing here? Still locked in restore. Never land. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm going to retweet that tweet I put out yesterday about the 3 eyes. Like, yep. So,
developers.
Yeah. Always fun when folks that I mute are out there responding and mouthing off about my content. Like, goodbye. I don't care about you. So, let's see if anybody else actually watches it. I don't think anybody will. I think we pretty much topped out there. Because of that significant prejudice against some Microsoft folks. But hey. Whatever. How we doing? Build finished. Good. Merge it. Merge that, John. Let's go. We got other stuff to do here. Yes. Done. Startup wizard stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do some of that. pull that change, push that so my local copy's all up to date. Let's see. We did that one. Pause updates while the modal is open. That should be working. We'll take a look at that. Rejected messages bypassing filter. Mouse over is slow to respond. I'm not going to get into that one. Handle the signal or disconnect better. We can do that one. That's one we can definitely do. So. Let's see what we got. All right. On Waterfall UI, pause updates while the modal is open. This I thought we had it already doing. Let's... Like, it should automatically do this, I thought. So let's do this. I'm going to go over here. We can close you. Sure, I'll leave. The wisdom of the chat room. There we go. Right. I'll go to moderation here. Right. So, right. Look at that. So what I'll do, I'll bring up a message. Right? See, it's not paused. I don't even have to go any further. It's not paused. See it down there? You can see the pause button is still in the wrong state. That shouldn't be too bad to go through and fix here. Fix pause waterfall. Sure, that's fine. We don't need whatever. Let me see. I think the waterfall is actually in the client. At least that part. Because it's made up of several parts. Like the actual waterfall page. There it is. So I have a reference to the pause button called the pause button. So I should be able to call the pause button dot pause and set its state. Now I forget. There's methods on this that I made available. I can't set is paused. I can call set pause state true. And it will block things at that point. Okay. So in here, when the modal opens, right, waterfall modal, there it is. Right? Somewhere it sets modal content. There it is. But I also need to unpause when we come out of this. The pause button, set pause state true. It says it hot reloaded. So we'll go in, I'll click on one, and you can see it is paused, right? And when I click out, it doesn't unpause. So when the modal hides, do I want to unpause automatically? Bubba! Bubba! What? Now it didn't. Oh, I'm in pause. Tell us more. Tell us more. You got the job. What job did you get? What job did you get? I know. I remember you telling us that you were going for interviews. And it's been a while since we talked about that. Bubba, tell us more. Don't leave us hanging, man. Ooh. Because that sounds like something to celebrate. Stop the press. Hang on. Hang on, friends. Right? Bubba, I want to know more. Not after 9 months of being laid off. Oh my gosh. Yes! Oh my gosh, that's great. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Bubba. I don't know if you could see. I've literally got tears in my eyes for you. That is awesome. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. Yes! Yes! Good for you! That's awesome. Did a lot of learning. Got some medical help with some ADHD. Okay, lots of work. Okay. And you got it. You got a .NET application developer job. All right. Big congrats to our friend Bubba there in chat. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. I don't need to close another bug today. I said this at the top of the stream. This is what I celebrate. This is your achievements out there. You out there watching, getting a job, advancing your career. This is what I celebrate. Oh, big congrats to you and your family, Bubba. Oh, that's amazing. I am very happy for you. Keep moving. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is very, very cool. Congratulations. I know that means a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. Man, 9 months of being laid off and getting another gig, that is a big deal, man. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Absolutely, we got to celebrate. Absolutely. Right? So there's a lot to be said there. So what is this? Something just popped up news-wise. The Department of Justice in the United States is suing Apple, accusing it of maintaining an iPhone monopoly. Wow. No, not sentiment color, no. This is just rejection and approval of messages on the moderation screen. That's coming in the future, Pac-Man. That's coming in the future. That's definitely a feature. Saw that come through about 15 minutes ago, so... my friend Christina Warren, I had a tweet pop up from her, like, what? And That is phenomenal stuff to hear about. First, of course, our friend Bubba here getting a job back again. That's massive. And now to hear this about Apple, that's interesting, to be sure. So, okay. Continuing. So, so it is pausing when we open this modal. So the other half of this of the bug to fix is when we close out of it, we should probably depause, unpause, resume. Should it resume? Or no, let's not resume. Let's not resume. Wonder if that would affect having to purchase a Mac in order to develop Maui app? Maybe. Maybe. That's an interesting comment there, Steve. A flood of stuff could come in, may want to keep it paused, so, right? You see the indicator there that there's one item waiting. So, that definitely is interesting. And I agree with what Pac-Man Jr. is saying here. It may make sense to leave it paused. Yeah. Okay, then you know what? I'm just going to commit that change and call it there. Let's see. Yep. Forcing waterfall to pause state when modal opened. So this is 387. Purposefully not resuming after modal is closed in case there is a backlog of messages. And we'll let that go through, and we'll merge that in, and we'll have another bug closed and delivered here. Dark Starks, I like where you're going with that. Let's talk about that. An indication like an orange banner at the top would be good to see it's actually paused. Looked like you were also confused afterward that no updates came in. Here's the deal. The pause button in the corner is intended to be kind of hidden so that, right, it's not hanging out there communicating to folks with a big banner, there's more content, right? It's not exceedingly visible. But we are in pause state. There is a little 1 underneath of it that I can see. And if we were using this, I'll go to the video from .NET Conf. That block. No, it's playlist is probably easier way to find it. .NET Conf 2023. Yes, there it is. So .NET Conf used TagzApp. Used it extensively. So if we go right to the end of a session here. So there's our friend David Fowler. Here we go. So there's Gerald versus Lewis and Rachel Kang. And you see they're using TagzApp in the background. But importantly, and Dark Starks, here's where what you're saying comes in. When we're looking at a view like this, you see how you can't really see the pause button? Like, so for us, the viewers of a video like this, I like that it's kind of hidden. Like, it's there, you can see that it's there, but clearly Gerald, who's here on the left, he can see and recognize what state it's in, right? We see it, and if you look closely at it, and I'll zoom in a little bit there, you can see that it's paused because it's in play, it's showing the play state. So I like what you're saying. I really do, and I think we have it covered enough for our needs. Okay, cool. I'm glad you agree with me. I love having these types of discussions around user experience, because since I've been knee deep in the code, am I missing something? So, okay, I'm glad you're kind of on the same page. Pac-Man Jr. says it was pretty cool to see that used during .NET Conf. Seemed like people talking liked it. Yes. The only problem that I think we really had here was that the messages that they went to when they called up were a little bit small on screen. So I think we might want to have an option to make that modal like 80% of the screen, right? Like, make it really big, make the font really big, so that it's a little bit clearer what we're working on. So, not aware of the size. Right now, it's open like a modal dialogue, which for you and me that are sitting here looking at a screen that's 18, 24 inches away from our face, put a setting to adjust that size. Yeah. It's good for screen sharing, but small for camera. That's a great way to describe it, Pac-Man Jr. Yeah. So, right, similar to how we have a pause button down in the corner, is there a magnifying glass or something that this user who's using the big screen can turn on? And right here, we're using it on a Surface Studio. If we got to a point where a television network used this type of this tool, they're going to want a big bit of text there that they can look at. So small size and pixel related to the resolution. Yeah. So let's take that as an issue here, and happy to make that something, once again, not a bug but an enhancement. Allow zoom of waterfall modal for larger screens. When using the waterfall UI on a larger screen, for an in-person event, we should be able to zoom the modal so that it is 90% plus of the screen with fonts and images scaled appropriately. And this feels like it should be a button or user preference. I don't have user preferences yet. Yeah. So we don't, even though we don't have that concept yet, it's not a bad first issue. So a percentage of it when showing. Yeah. Make a calculation to resize the modal to the size of the screen. Maybe? I don't know. Good discussions to have. We have some place now to kind of track that interaction and some of those thoughts around that. But right, you can see they right here they're when they're picking out and talking about, like, you can see Eric's message there nicely on screen. It's a little bit hard to see, but you can see it when as they're going along, and then as they're looking at and reviewing other messages there. As us other viewers, you can't really see. In my mind, they could have zoomed the browser on this device, and maybe instead of going 5 cards across, we only went 3 across, so that you could read more of the messages. So, and right while it's playing, yeah, it's very fuzzy to see. I think we could have done something there, but I like how we did the overlays over here for the event. Right, this is TagzApp as well over here. So, we're gonna do more with that, and this is what I talk about when I say the 3 eyes. Right, that video that I released. This is the 3 eyes right here. So, yeah, I retweeted that post and literally nobody watched. Like, okay, yeah. So, it's done. And here's the thing. Somebody in that JavaScript community that's working on the lawn chairs on the blockchain is going to pick up and say the exact same thing, and everybody's going to go, "It's a miracle! What a thought leader!" Yeah, okay. Thinking about something on request or something that is made automatically. Something on request. Something on request. Yeah. Kind of a preference that you declare for the current session. Okay. So where was I? Oh, we're gonna take care of that. Where's that action? Because I'd like, yep. Pull request 425. Good. That's all done. Squash and merge. Ship it. Branch deleted. Good. Back over here. Get checkout main. Get branch delete. Fix. Pause waterfall. Get pull upstream main. And finally get push. So now all of my branch repositories are updated. Right? When I go to my other machines, when I pull, I'll have all the latest updates. So, all right. So, handle SignalR disconnect better. Now, this is disconnect, right? So, when SignalR disconnects because the server goes away, what do we do? Well, I finished my coffee. What do we do? Run! Tell your friends, tell your families, tell your pets. Fritz is out of coffee. Call the folks at Starbucks. Looks like the product you work on won product of the year. Oh my gosh, President, not sure. Hang on. Are you kidding me? That's not the message. Congratulations. Oh my gosh, 2 bits of good news for the channel here today. Look at that. Look at that from President Not Sure. Yeah. So, see, if I zoom, that's kind of like where you want it. For when we're talking about something like this. Congratulations. That is phenomenal to hear. Congratulations to you and your team. Can you tell us something about the product you work on? My gosh, that is awesome news. So, but doing the mobile software part. Okay. All right. All right. So, love hearing successes from folks in the chat room. That goes a long way, man. That really does. Thank you. Let's see here. Somebody once told me that when you retweet stuff or even when you post stuff on Twitter, if you don't have the blue badge, it doesn't matter what you write. It doesn't matter how popular it is or if folks are following you. It does not get shown. Period. So, that would not surprise me because I do not have the blue badge. You wish you could do open source as part of work? There's something to be said about that, learner, that it's not as easy as just saying, I want to do open source. Like, when you're working for an employer, you have some sort of a contract that says what amount of your work, the intellectual property you generate, belongs to your employer. So then it becomes a intellectual property ownership discussion, and then they want to get lawyers involved. And that becomes expensive just to even talk about. So folks get adverse to it. I completely understand it, and quite frankly, that's why I've been vocal about the folks who work on open source projects. They themselves are extremely privileged because they don't have those constraints. They have the facilities, the resources, the time to be able to work on open source and not get paid for it and make that and publish and share that code. Where other schleps like me, I need to get paid because I need to put food on the table. My employer lets me work on content and make it available open source. So I'm very privileged to be able to do that, and I'm very thankful for that. And I very much appreciate that not everybody can. Even the ability to consume open source software is a privileged place. Not everybody can do that. So, the mobile app that President Not Sure works on controls a piece of hardware that controls turning relays. Here, watch, pause that. Turning relays on or off based on a schedule. The app sets up the schedule, lets the user onboard it using Bluetooth, lets them control, is all over the cloud, which is onboarded. Nice. Congratulations, President Not Sure. That's great to hear. Robert Tables is here. Hello. Product is the mobile app along with the hardware. Very cool. A blue badge in the UK is generally given to disabled drivers. Yeah. So, very cool stuff there. There's the thanks. Yeah. Awesome. Man, so Bubba with the good news. Marcus President Not Sure with the good news as well. Marcus got good news. Marcus got coffee. That's a good thing. Not gonna lie. Hello. It's a lot going on. And we've closed a couple bugs already today. Let's dive in and talk about this, the SignalR disconnect issue. How are you doing there, Robert Tables? How's things? We've really been enjoying. I think we've been having a real good time working on this. It's a Xamarin Forms application that you're migrating to .NET MAUI. Let us know if how that goes. Let us know how that goes. I'm sure our friends Maddie and David and the whole .NET MAUI team would love to hear your success. Particularly, dropping a message out to their team about your success They would love to hear that. Drop them a message on Twitter that, hey, an app that you built with Xamarin and you're migrating to .NET MAUI was named Product of the Year. Yeah. Yeah, that will make their day. So, wow. Hey there, Hop in the Cloud. Hello. TagzApp is looking great. Thank you. Thank you, Robert Tables. Right there. There's Robert Tables. And I've even got so right, we started turning this into a pop-up as part of our work on the message queue feature. PC Nerd, hello. So, let's SignalR disconnect, is that the underlying Blazor stuff, or are you talking about SignalR something I spun up? Yeah, so a little bit of both, actually. A little bit of both. Hey, Wonderball. A little bit of both. So the issue here, right? Come on, zoom. Zoom that, John. Why are you not zooming? You're supposed to zoom because I'm not holding the right button, that's why. The issue here is like this screen, the waterfall screen, has messages pushed to it using SignalR. WebSockets, right? So if the server restarts for whatever reason, this client needs to be able to reconnect and get updated on that. I do have some really old messages on the screen. That's right, Surly Dove. Right. October. Look at that. Some October stuff in there. That's okay. I'm all right with that. So there's our good news from Bubba and from President Not Sure. Your message was from last week. You had a message from last week? Down here? I wonder if it makes sense to have an ability to mark messages for follow-up from this screen. So when we get disconnected, how does it reconnect? What happens? So let's do this. I'm going to go back to let's like force this problem to happen, right? So I'm going to stop the server, and right, it's still here doing its thing, and I can click in. Actually, I can't click in. I can't zoom into one of these because the server's down, right? So there's a series of things it's trying to do. An out tray queue, yeah. Right, add these to a list of things to follow up on. So, looks like we've already got a few problems here we want to address. So, when the server's down, you're kind of dead in the water being able to click and interact with this. And the server might go down for a few seconds while a patch is being applied or something. So there's definitely something there. Show modal should set pause state to true. Is it doing that? It did. Okay. So clicking, it is setting the pause state. It's setting the modal content. That's a SignalR action. It's reaching back to the server to light up the overlay, and then it's going to open the modal. So maybe we can put a little bit of a poly style try catch on that to push on that a little bit. Let me see here. What? Fantastic. Couple messages. Couple good messages coming in from sponsors for tomorrow's event. I like seeing that. I do like seeing that. All right. Would it be funny if for March we had to redeem to use VS Code for 15 minutes instead of Finn? No. No. So if I put a little bit of a try catch around this, right, with a retry. For resiliency. Is there anything around that signal or invoke async? Is there a retry on that? Signal R, invoke async with a retry. Is there something already built into that? Sure. What do we got over here? Hey there, Jerry. Welcome. So when token is cancellation requested. So when I cancel it, stop. Otherwise, wait 5 seconds and try and reconnect. That doesn't do... That's a retry reconnect. That's not like... Invoke async failed. How do we reconnect? Let's see, what do we get over here? No, I'm not allowed in there. It would have been nice if the invoke async... Right, if there was a retry... Yeah, string object cancellation token. What's the object? Using the specified method name. Oh, that's the argument that we're passing. All right. And several arguments. All right, so we're going to need to write our own little retry. I could open it in incognito mode. Yeah, I could. Let's put a little task out here. Send message task. Sure. Oops. Right, so I could say send message task equals task.run, right? I should put a try around that. A try with a while. Or like a for loop. Yeah, minimum march. Yep. Yeah, let's put a for loop. because I want it to stop at some point, right? I less than, let's have it try 10 times. I'm just throwing a number out there because I can. Right, so try this. There we go. Right. Catch, I don't know what it's catching. Oh, but if this did work, break. If I'm gonna do an await in here, I mean, I guess that's okay, right? Do I have to? Yeah, I do. Wait 1 second. Yeah. Right, so that's the end of the for loop. And that's the end of the task. Now I'm going to need to put an async in front of this. Oh! Who did that? Who thinks they need my attention? Nope. Nope, we're good. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Do I want to use anything like something like poly? Yes. Oh, do something like 1000 plus I times 1000. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Sure. So that it slowly gets longer up to a point where then it would be 11 seconds for the last delay. That's not bad. Let me... Console right line. If I is greater than 0, console right line. Retrying to activate overlay. Retry number... What? There we go. Okay. Need to restart the application. And then I'll knock down the server and we should see it retrying to send that message. It's probably, if it isn't able to get there, we might have to try and force it to reconnect. See, here we go. That's on moderation, okay? But here, right? Right, so clicking on these things. Line 98. What did I do? In waterfall modal.open. Really? Send message task dot wait. I'm. Hang on. It was like 133, somewhere around there. And it's saying waterfall modal razor is missing. All right, let's open another panel here. Source, client, components. It's saying content is null. That doesn't make sense. It does feel like something's out of sync. Yeah, that's a hot reload. Yeah. Run that again. It didn't patch the UI properly. Okay. No. And that's without the send message task. So it's saying modal open. It's stupid. I know. Says it's running. There it is. It wasn't there yet. That doesn't make sense. Modal content equals content. That should flow through. Because it's right there. Line 143, 144. Send message task dot wait. Well, I don't want to wait for it. That's just it. I want to let it go in the background. It's trying to open the modal, but because it's not waiting for this. What if we just do that first? Got to rebuild. Right, because we need to paint and update that component before we can open and it has the appropriate content. Nope. Just to make sure. Yeah. No. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. It is something out of sync, and I really do not like putting a task delay in there. That's wrong, man. That is wrong in so many ways. Because setting that content right, fills in there. Maybe that should be a property? Is that what I'm missing? I didn't see you rebuild. It's definitely out of sync. There's a read before write issue happening here. Read after write. Or, no, something like that. Nope. Nope. And it works. I'm going to put a note on that. Lame delay to allow the value to the content to propagate into the modal component. Okay. But I should also now be able to remove this. Right? Yes. Like, whatever. So that works. And if we kill the server, it still opens, and it should say that it's retrying here. And it's not retrying. I'm not getting the retry message. Is it even getting that far? Console, right line, sending message to overlay. Right, and these are the kind of resilience things that we want in our applications. Right? So that when weird junk happens on the internet, we can handle it. Okay, so I'm going to close this. I'm on the waterfall view, refresh that. Click, sending message to overlay. Right, and There it is. It made it to the overlay. Okay. So cancel that. So server's gone. Let's clear this up here. Trying to sending message to overlay. And it's not retrying. Yeah, there's a couple of weird chunks on the internet, Dr. Cox. I don't know if you've seen. For I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. If I is greater than 0, so it's going to try, invoke async, and then it's going to break. Well, did we catch some sort of an exception? Like, let's at least look at that. Hey, look at that. Thanks. That's me. Exception while sending message to overlay and ex dot message. Restart that, John. Don't .NET watch. Because we're just going to shut it down anyway. Don't need to watch. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see what we get. All right. And there's content. Click. Sending message to overlay. Good. Kill the server. Come on. Why are we still getting messages? Cool. Click. Sending message to overlay. Did not fail. Hey, McNets. Did invoke async just like signalar invoke async? Like, yeah, maybe there isn't an exception if the server's gone. Like, it returns a task. So, and we're awaiting, right? We're awaiting that task? I'm not awaiting the task. If I await it, it'll throw the exception. I bet you that's what I missed. I bet you that's what I missed. I forgot the await. If I was in Visual Studio, I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you kids. No. I would have gotten an indicator. Sending message, good. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Let's go. Let's go. You say you're shutting down. Like, what? Thank you. So now if we try it. Exception, there we go. Retry number 1, retry number 2, retry number 3. So if I do restart the application and it gets connected, is it not going to get connected? Retry number 6, is it going to... Yeah, it's still retrying. So we lost connection. If we lose connection, we need to reconnect. Okay. Connection. Darn it. There's the connection. Invoke async. Where? There. Connection on. New waterfall message. Do that thing. Remove message. Start. Here's where I think I need that cancellation token. So that it tries to reconnect. Right? Signalar. Connection. Reconnect. Oh, man. History. Connection closed there. So connect with retry. Yeah. Okay. I should add to the backlog to use AI when adding tags to show you related tags as you type. I like where you're going, Edmund. Right now, it doesn't know how to search for multiple tags because that turns into a little bit of a pressure issue on some of these services. Go ahead and open an issue. Go ahead and open an issue to explore that. We would need to figure out what we'd want to look up. How do we decide and determine what those other tags we should refer are? I'm not opposed to discussing it, and if there's a use case there that makes sense for us, let's get it added in. We need a cancellation token is the gist of this here. But it's around the start. Right, so in this start signalar hub, right, it's right here, the start async. So when it does get connected, it returns true. It just returns true. When it fails to connect, it retries. Hey, Frank. Good to see you. We're hitting. We're. Let me bring our friend Frank there up to. What the heck? Hang on. What? Stop. There we go. Put Frank on as a VIP. Frank's a colleague and another live coder there. So we're trying to address the issue, and this is the first of several places where we're going to run into this, of what happens to TagzApp if the server dies, goes away momentarily. connection breaks, without having to go running over and say, oh, restart the connection, how do we ensure that it's reconnected all the time? On YouTube, hello, is it pronounced Dung? Hello, welcome. Let's see here. Yeah, kind of a disaster recovery scenario. Another potential scenario is if this is running in a container somewhere, and we decide, hey, let's patch the container and restart. What do we do? Right? There was a deployment, new versions coming up, and we want to reconnect. How do we reconnect? So what's that look like? And I think we have. Isn't there an on connection on disconnect, right? Signalar connection disconnecting, yeah. No. No, oh, oops, should be Signalar and not connecting. No. Connection. That's ASP.NET 4X. Might be similar. That says ASP.NET Core. I don't think that's ASP.NET Core. Maybe. No, that's not it. Signalar Core disconnect. See, that's ASP.NET 4. Hang. I did something exactly like this. And I've already got this solved. When I was working on this thing. I have a demo that I show. I still have to record this demo. I want to record this video. The idea is I have a Raspberry Pi that connects and listens to state of Docker container images out there. And when there's a new Docker container image, it shuts down the server and restarts and redeploys it to the Raspberry Pi. However, inside, go to the source code for this thing. Inside the Signalar client for this, I have reconnection logic that will get this reconnected and refresh the user interface. I've already solved this problem. Yeah, pi this, pi that. Did I not link the GitHub? Hang on. I don't think I linked the GitHub source for this. It's right there. Okay. So this is a little demo application. You touch the screen and it counts the number of times the screen's been touched. That didn't sound right. But this has inside of it... Yeah, there, site.js. So I built this as a Razor page. Connection start. Catch the error. Error connecting. Connection on reconnecting.
Squirrel.
I did get my subscriptions back, yes, and I've got documentation around it. It wasn't that I didn't have my subscriptions; it's they took away my roles. I put the roles back, and it came right up. There, connection on close, connection state, and try and restart. And start is the exact same method, so it just restarts. I think that's what I do. So there's an on-close event that we can trap there. All right. I like the idea of having that cancellation token to handle that. Is this a hang on. Is this iDisposable? iAsync disposable. Okay. So in here, let's add private bool is disposing. Yep, start SignalR hub. And it was on close. So can I do that? Right, is that a thing? Are we okay with that? Didn't try to rebuild. Let me see. Come on. So, friends, Frank had a great question for me the other day, and I want to bounce it off of you. Yeah, hub connection closed. Yeah. On closed event. So there should be an on close that goes with that. Right? An on close event handler that we can listen to. No, it's an event. But it sure it. Okay. Sure looks like it's right? That looks like it works. If is disposing, return. Is disposing equals true. right? Am I just .NET running, or I think I am. I'm not .NET watching. Hello, what am I doing? I'm writing code. We're working on a project here called TagzApp. Frank, you still there? Dude. He might have taken off. Oh, okay. I wanted to relay the invite that you extended to me and let chat room know about it if that's okay. Sure. So let me just back up a second here, because I'm kind of flattered by this state changed event. Maybe. So our friend Frank here covers and produces the Microsoft on the Open at Microsoft series of videos that you find over on YouTube that shows here's some of the cool open source technologies that are being built and worked on at Microsoft. And he's invited me on to talk about TagzApp as part of that series. And TagzApp isn't a Microsoft product, but it's a demo, it's a tool that we use and that we've been building to teach some of these capabilities with Blazor and ASP.NET, and we're going to show Aspire, we're going to show Maui hybrid here next week. This is something that some of you out there have contributed to. And yeah, this is an interesting project where Microsoft is part owner, contributor, and user of this open source content. So I'm flattered to be invited to talk about it. So yep, I think that's it. I think that's the one. So I'm going to polish some. That's one of the reasons why I'm addressing some of these bugs. I want to polish some of this off so that when we talk about and publish this episode, there's at least a good version out there that folks can download and use. So, yeah, thank you, Surly, for grabbing that link. Yeah. So, there we go. Let me catch up with that. Yeah, here we go. How much time do I have left? How much time do we have left? About another half hour. So, okay. So I have a way to catch if this is disposing. So, yeah, we'll see if we can do more and get this promoted and get more folks learning more about what we've been doing to build and make TagzApp for folks to use. Oh, well, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't work. What did I break? Is disposing does not exist. Come on. Did I... Is it lowercase I? Did I do that? I forgot the underscore. It's like, that's the style that I write code. And I didn't even adhere to my own style. You better cancel your Twitch Turbo subscription and start plowing through the videos on Learn. So much content. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, indeed. There is a ton of content on Microsoft Learn. Hub connection does not contain definition for on close. There we go. So there was a closed event. So do we wire up to the event? Is that what I'm missing here? Right, so here. right? Closed plus equals, and do something like that so we pass an action in. Give me some space in there, man. Give some breathing room. Something like that, right? We can do that, right? That's a thing. No, you can't do that. Delegate does not take 0 arguments. Okay. Sure. So what's the argument being passed into closed? Hub connection. Hub connection. Events. Closed. We get an exception. Okay. If exception equals null, okay, so that's not too bad either. To say, well, it properly was closed. So if I delete that and pass in exception, and if we're disposing or the exception is null, return. Hey, Polka Pips, you always wondering how developers deal with all those yellow warnings about null references. I've been ignoring them. But I need to go back and I need to fix them. I do. The name E does not exist. What? 123 and 121. Well, yeah, I'm not done yet. Oh, tartar sauce. Right, do something like that. There it goes. They get on your last nerve, so you have to fix them immediately. So, a number of folks turn on. There is a configuration option to treat warnings as errors, so that you don't end up in this hideous state that I'm in. Oops. I need to return a task. Okay. So I could do something like this. Right. Right, make an async, so then it doesn't matter. There it goes. So if I go back over to the app, we refresh. Right, so I can click in and that works. Yay! And shut down the server, make it disappear, break it. Hey there, Nalian!
Nalian just resubscribed for
There it
14
goes.
months.
Thank you so much. 14 months. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for that support. So now if I try and open, right, it's trying to reconnect. And it's never going to get reconnected until I restart. So there it is. And right, I need to tell it to reconnect when it's closed. Right? Let's console right line. Connection closed with exception. EX message. So I'll refresh this. So we're connected. I'm able to do that. Yay. Shut down the server. See, this is the GitHub Copilot feature I want. Hey, GitHub Copilot. Fix that. You want to write a successful GitHub Copilot extension? Fix those. So now when I click in, interesting. I didn't get the exception. Okay. Good thing I ran that test. Unless you're disposing, don't do anything. Okay. So while not is disposing, right, because we still need to check that every now and again. I don't want to task delay like seconds. But it's like I want to wait intervals and still give it a chance to... task delay 200. How do I tell it to reconnect? So... I just called start again, which just says connection.start. Okay. Right, which is... Well, I'm going to need to try catch around that, right? Because if the server isn't there, it's going to fail. Right, so console write line error while attempting to reconnect to server. Right, and so let's run that and now try to reconnect and see what happens. See, Copilot, fix that. There's already an EX in scope. Fine. Yeah, because it's up there. Well, I'm ignoring this one. So I think I can just do... I think I can do that. Right, and pass in the discard, right? The C# discard. The underscore is the discard character. So that opens, that works. We didn't break that. Kill the server. Right, it's sending the shutdown message into all the things. So, yeah, look at that. Failed to fetch. Error while attempting to reconnect. But this works. Right? So now if I restart the server... and... the hub connection cannot be started if it is not in the disconnected state. So that also doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So do we have to disconnect the server? What methods do we have here? Is there... What's remove? Remove a handler? No. So how do we disconnect? Let's go back to our code for a second. Right, and like, yeah, that's ugly. And let's say connection dot, I think it's state. Yeah, let's see what it gives us. So maybe check the state of the connection, stop, start if it's only disconnected. Well, it's been forcibly closed. Yeah, there. So that works, okay. Back here, okay. So let's kill the server. The question is, if it's in closed state, how do we restart? How do we reconnect? Right. So now we're in this ugly state. Let's see, what do we get? Error while attempting, and I'm it's like it didn't pick up that. Ah, that's kind of behind my face. Hang on. There you go. No, don't quit. Don't quit on me now. So. Da, 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 da. And okay, so refresh so I get all the latest goodies. There it is. That works. And shut down the server. Still not shut down yet. Come on now. Thank you. So It says disconnected. That still works, but it can't reconnect. So it says it's in disconnected state. Hub connection cannot be started if it is not in the disconnected state. But it is. Oh, look, reconnect connected. It is connected. So should we forcibly stop it and then restart it? Like, that's what you meant? Okay, okay. Now I'm following you. There we go. Go back. I need to... I'm not on .NET Watch. There we go. I'm going to .NET Watch this time, so I can make changes and let it roll. With automatic reconnect. So that's actually something just slightly different is what I've been told. But add that into the mix. Hot reload succeeded. So, oh, that's moderation. Hang on. Need to be over here. Okay. So, kill the server. Trying to interact. Trying to... and can't get there. Reset up the server. Come on. Okay. That's moderation. If the connection is not active. Yeah. That's not right. Oh, because I clicked another one. So we forced the disconnection. Let's go to the closed event there. I'm just gonna have it do nothing here for right now. Yep, go ahead, rebuild. Get that started. Man. Okay, refresh. Interacting. Crash the server. Try to connect. It's trying to do the things now. Here we go. Yep, started. Okay. There's the waterfall page. We should see it doing retry number 7. Yeah. If the connection is not active. So how do I reactivate it? Like, refreshing clearly works. Is it able to reconnect? Got raided back here. Who raided? I didn't see a raid. I didn't see a raid message. Visual Studio. There are product announcements going on. Yeah. Oh, and the stockholders do not like Apple's lawsuit. I am okay. So with the reconnect, like right? Go find that task. This one. Where it's trying again and again and again to send. Like, let's just comment that out for right now. So, okay, that's flowing through. Cancel. Sure, you can always, if the AMA tags are on, you can always ask an unrelated .NET question. Absolutely. So it's trying to reconnect. Right? It's attempting to send to the overlay. Restart. And that's not able to send to overlay either. So even though even though we added with automatic reconnect, no. SignalR with automatic reconnect. Yeah. To automatically attempt to reconnect if the connection is lost. Yeah, see, the connection isn't lost. It's gone. It's yeah. CS Chimp with a question. We're testing, stopping, and restarting TagzApp. Otherwise, I'd pull it up in TagzApp here. The question of want to make a mobile app. Wouldn't mind trying out .NET MAUI. Some people say you'll run into problems and should avoid it for now. .NET MAUI has its challenges. You're going to see that there are some rough edges, and getting it configured right can sometimes be a challenge because managing the various versions of Android and iOS with .NET MAUI can be a little bit of a challenge. It's possible. There are some folks that have been very successful with it. President Not Sure has been very successful with it, and their mobile app was named Product of the Year for their category. I don't know specifics on Product of the Year in what space, but built with that technology. You can be successful with it. It's going to take a little bit of patience to get it set up and running correctly. There are folks who are trying to always push the borders of the latest, greatest new technology for the mobile devices, and it's not always 100% bulletproof on those things. So, hop in the cloud. That's a fantastic testimonial that you're using .NET MAUI and SignalR, and it's been going very well. There you go. Yeah, you should probably use UTC. Yeah. That's not a bad idea at all. So, Fake Cop, thank you so much for the bits. Yeah, that is an issue for all cross-platform mobile tech. You're going to see that with React. You're going to see that with Flutter, and have to deal with that. What's server timeout? Doesn't say. Server timeout for the hub connection. Thinking. Where else do we go with this? You hate date and time? There's a lot of developers that have to deal with it. Maybe instead of trying to saying stop and start, maybe I just say call this method again recursively. Right? Start SignalR hub. No, I want to be over here. right? Start signal our hub. Right? Do I have that spelled right? Yeah. Let's get rid of this. Let's have this wait 2 seconds. Cancel. Try this again. Is that code even running? Yeah. No, that was a purposeful return that I had injected because I was trying to get the with automatic reconnect to pick up and do it. Turns out it didn't. Turns out it didn't. So there it is, restarted. Back to here, refresh. Right, so that works. Good. And kill the server. Come on. You're supposed to be pausing. Something's got no wait task delay in there. That's not picking up. Thank you. So connection refused. Okay. Restart the server. That looks like it worked. That worked. That worked. Okay. Okay. So what did we learn? I have no idea. I just... No, I guess that's all right. So it's going to try and restart when the connection's closing. Right. There's this await right here. And the issue that we're trying to address here, handle the disconnect better. So I think we got one of those, and I'm right at time here. So let's clear this. Let's get things committed and call this a day. Shall we? Let's hit that Mario music while we're cleaning things up here. Yeah, you stop. Yep, commit that. Now reconnecting signal, reconnecting hub on waterfall. Cool. Ooh, shoot. I'm in the wrong branch. I'm in a main branch. Signal bar. Let's just call this fix reconnect. Cool. And I'll go back to over here. This is 391. I'm going to create a draft pull request targeting fixes 391. And I'm going to mark this as a draft PR because there's other places we need to go and get it reconnected. So let's add some notes here. Waterfall, overlay portrait, moderation, and let's Blazor server. Nah, I'm not going to do the Blazor server. Let's target those couple to start. And I'm going to mark the waterfall as complete at this point. So, got it. Still no highlight in LSP for Blazor. Well, I'm not running NVim. I'm running Vim. I haven't tried. To be perfectly honest. Omni Sharp, Vim. Yeah, see what if there's anything for Blazor over here. Because I don't think so. Couple months ago. So, is there anything here for Razor? Get rid of the is open. Linter for CSHTML, Razor files. Doesn't autocomplete with Razor files for Blazor WASM app. Razor and Blazor support. Would not be feasible to do something similar to the VS Code Razor plugin. It'll be a big undertaking. So it was declined. Razor Blazor are not supported and won't be unless someone decides to write quite a bit of code. C546. OmniSharp doesn't support Razor files by itself. It's not something that this repo can support. Yeah, it's just as a community project, it's just too big for these volunteers to go through and build. So, yeah, not a thing, and it doesn't, and they're quite frankly declining and saying we're not taking that. So, back over here, and I'll leave it on this screen. So that's great. We got some bug fixes in for TagzApp. We got right. How many bug fixes did we end up finishing here today? It was a couple. Not gonna lie. I'll play the closing music. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Well, we got 3 bugs closed, and we're on our way on a 4th that really helps with the stability around that SignalR interaction, right? Getting the server as messages are fetched, making sure that it's always able to push content onto the screen. And I have a feeling that we're gonna actually we haven't really tested. There's a significant portion in there that we didn't test yet. This piece that it is doing, it's reconnecting the hub, but is it getting new messages? Is it reloading any missed messages that it's painting on screen? I'm going to need to go back and look at that. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I hope you tune in tomorrow Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, 1500 UTC. We're going to be we'll be 2 hours into the event at this point. Tomorrow, join me. Check out your schedule just below on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, check the C# Fritz channel. There's a schedule item there. I want you to join me tomorrow. Tomorrow is .NET, modern .NET Web Day here on the channel. I've got a handful of speakers that are going to be joining us, and we're going to be talking about all the modern ways that you can build web applications with .NET. We're going to talk about getting Blazor ready for production. We're going to talk about monolithic architecture, modular monolithic architecture. We're going to talk about GitHub Copilot. We're going to talk about OpenAI and .NET Aspire. Join me tomorrow. It's going to be a 6-hour event, and of course, as you know, you're going to have a chance to talk to the speakers. These speakers are going to give their talk for 45 minutes or so, and then we're going to go to chat and talk to you about your questions and interactions for those speakers. It's going to be a great day. Tell your friends, tell your families, tell your pets, tell your neighbors. Tune in tomorrow right here, Twitch TV C# Fritz, YouTube.com C# Fritz. We're going to have a great day. There's a handful of sponsors helping out with the day that are giving out prizes. I hope you join me. It's going to be a lot of fun, all right? Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. I'm going to take a peek. I think I know who I want to raid. I think I know. Oh no, they're not. They're not over here streaming like I thought they were. Let's go and raid. Let's go and raid Bald Bearded Builder. He was here earlier. I don't mind raiding him every so often. There we go. Thank you so much for joining me. We got a bunch of bug fixes done. We were continuing our minimal March movement, showing that you can work at the command line, building and working with .NET. Always fun. If you're watching on YouTube, check out some of the great videos that I have available to you. Click that reminder so that you are aware of the scheduled stream tomorrow for Modern .NET Web Day. If you're watching on Twitch, get ready to say hi to our friend, the Bald Bearded Builder, and I will see you tomorrow right back here, all right? Take care.